I love that melody. It's very lilting. It's very uplifting. You all voted for this, so here we go. Terraria Calamity music reaction. Let's begin. Here is The Tale of a Cruel World, aka the title theme. Let's begin. Wow, right off the bat, aside from giving me very Minecraft vibes, it's already starting with very smart chord progressions. Wow, this is all very lush sounding. The piano is doing very interesting chord progressions. The string beds, it's adding to the lushness. The color, it's giving a feeling of floatiness. You're like floating in the sky or you're floating in the water. The inserts of those brass instruments or those brass patches are giving it semblances of brightness, like bright spots, some glimmering areas. It's like watching the sea under moonlight or under sunlight whenever the water constantly changing shape and then there's this constant glimmering that happens. It's like these brass instruments are musically representing that. Wow, okay, this new section right here, this very pianistic section, it's reminding me a lot of course, Chopin with a little bit of Yasunori Mitsuda in his work in Xenogears or Chrono Cross. These are my favorite kinds of chords. Yeah, that's that passage. Dun, 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 that is very Chopin prelude in E minor. Yes, that's a very classical cadence. I love it. The composer is staying within the minor key, which is why it's giving you this feeling of something very melancholic, but also very serene. So it's like a little bit bittersweet. The feeling of something beautiful, but also something sad. This is a great example of it. Now it's no longer bittersweet because of the arpeggio da 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 of the left hand that's usually played in the left hand. It now feels very uplifting and a little angelic, to be honest, especially when the brass section returns. Yeah, it's a very beautiful contrast of melancholy and uplifting. And the strings, oh my God, the strings, the swelling strings, it's just so much ear candy. It's very soothing to the ears and it's very well written. Yeah, very beautiful piece of music. So the overall feeling I'm getting from this piece, it's very inviting, it's very welcoming, it's inviting you to play the game, to experience this very relaxing world, very chill, very somber mood, where this music definitely helps set that mood. Here's another song that you've all been asking me to react to, called Guardian of the Former Seas. Sounds epic. Okay, I'm gonna take a guess. Guardian of the Former Seas, theme of the Desert Scourge, refers to this theme being a boss fight. And if it is a boss fight, it is one of the more positive sounding boss battle themes that I've heard, simply because it stays within the major scale key, giving it a more peppy, happy sounding, positive vibe. And I'm all for it. It's like it's encouraging you to do your best. Something like that. That sounded very anime, a very high energy anime opening theme as soon as that electric guitar solo came in. When it started, it was using these very subdued sounding synths along with a piano accompaniment, thus making it a bit more relaxed sounding, even if it's a bit more upbeat. And then that guitar came in. Wow, anime vibes. Let's go. Yeah, these mellow sounding synth strings is what I'm talking about. The subdued type of harmony. That's why it sounds relaxing instead of ear piercing. Yes, I love the consecutive use of suspended chords with that floating guitar solo. Oh my God, yes, it gives it still a very positive vibe, but it's like you're in a feeling of suspense, a little bit of suspense introduced to keep you guessing. What's next? What's next? Wow, did you hear that keyboard solo? Like a jazz fusion style solo. Wow, it works so well. It's very flashy, very virtuoso sounding, and it's beautiful. It complements the guitar solo well. The guitar solo was doing more a bit of a long tones, suspended notes, extended notes. I'm a total nerd for music production. Aside from the compositional musical aspect, I'm also a total nerd when it comes to the production aspect, the mixing, the mastering, the sound editing, the sound mixing. Wow, this is a very, very clean mix. I love it. Yeah, especially the drums. I don't know if that is live drums or synth drums. Oh man, the way it is mixed in conjunction with the overdrive rhythm guitars, it's so clean. It's addicting to listen to. The Desert Scourge is a pre-hard mode boss. It is intended to be one of the first bosses fought by the player and is considered to be one of the weakest of all the bosses added by the Calamity mode. Oh, okay. If it's meant to be the easiest boss, then it kind of makes sense for the boss music to be a little bit more on the happy-go-lucky side of things, since it's like, oh yeah, this is chill. This is still an easy boss, so take it easy. Yeah, here's some positive music for you. So here's Infestation, aka Theme of Crabulon, another highly requested one. Although the name Crabulon actually reminds me of that robot from Futurama, Calculon. For some reason. No connection at all. Anyway. Wow, this goes hard. Castanets to represent the crab pincer sound? Genius. Kind of like Crab Rave, right? Oh my god. I can't believe I'm gonna do this for the first time on YouTube. Well, second time technically. But you're about to see something that is only tradition on my Twitch channel. By the way, follow me on Twitch if you want to watch me live streaming. Sometimes I play music. Sometimes I play with crab claws. I love that melody. It's very lilting. It's very uplifting. It definitely adds to the energy of the beat and the chords. Oh my god, yes. Oh my god, it's giving me a lot of 90s Eurobeat vibes, like that song Children from Robert Miles, I think. Yeah, that suspended chord sounds so good. Wow, okay. The section before that comedic sounding synth right there. Sudden modulation and sudden key change going up. That sounded so genius. Whew. Oh, wow. That ultra fast, energetic transition. Oh my god. Very fun and frenetic. Here comes the crab claws again. The way this was mixed with all those wide-sounding reverbs, the tasteful delays, makes it sound like it is in a huge underwater cavern. It's basically a rave under the sea, a crab rave under the sea. You know what other type of musical genre uses this kind of castanet patterns, very frenetic castanet patterns? Flamenco, Spanish guitar flamenco music. It's amazing to hear it here in an EDM style of music, which is rare for me. So yeah, that's a very genius way of portraying the characteristics of the crab claw dance. I love how it is both uplifting, very energetic, but also at the same time, because of that very heavy reverb on the piano and the other synth pads that are more on the subdued side, it's both energetic and relaxing. Yeah, wow. That is such a super fun song. Wow. I love it. Bravo. This is a masterpiece. Welcome back to another episode of my Terraria Calamity music reaction. I'm String Player Gamer. Let's go. This is called Blood Coagulant. Oh my god, starting in hard with that prog metal intro. This is super raw, very metal, heavy metal, probably dark metal. Amazing. Yeah, this is multiple genres of metal. I hear shades of dark metal, prog metal, symphonic metal because of the orchestral sounds in the background. Wow. What I love about prog metal is the ability of the drums and the rhythm guitar to just really take you away, make you feel unstable because of those uneven rhythms that seemingly sound random, but those are all very planned, very rehearsed, and that is why I'm always impressed with prog metal artists. Yeah, the overall feel of this piece right here, lots of tritones being used, especially in the synth parts, the synth ostinatos, but with the metal section, with the rhythm section being the consistent part, the most stable part. They are like the grounding element with those floating leads above those screeching synths, adding this alien sounding atmosphere. It's very surreal, it's very bizarre. Yeah, such a great mix. All those multiple layers of rhythm guitars, but because they chose a specific type of synth lead, the synth leads tend to float because of the style of sound, because of the quality of its sound, the quality of its timbre, its unique sound quality. It tends to still stand out, even buried underneath the sounds of those intense metal guitars. Yes, this is a prime example of very tasteful use of musical aggression. Yes, this is called The Filthy Mind. Oh my god, wow. Okay, first of all, I recognize this is a multiple genre piece. I'm hearing symphonic metal, electronica, and a little bit of Eurobeat vibes. They really double down on the luscious chords, the luscious harmonies of the guitar in conjunction with the synths. It sounds so full. It sounds so, for lack of a better word, so thick sounding. It's like all the harmonies, all the chords in full motion right here. And it sounds so tasteful. I like this constant arpeggiated synth right here. At the same time, those arpeggiated synths, it sounds so alien, so outlandish. It gives it a sense of vibrant mystery or something like that. Wow. Okay, wow, this is definitely deserving of a rock metal stadium show or something like that. It's definitely huge sounding, very stadium-like, and I can imagine a sea of people just rocking and vibing to it in unison. This section right here, this synth, piano, a little bit of a chill vibe. It gives a nice bit of musical respite and probably gameplay respite as well to kind of give you, the player or the listener, a little bit of rest from all the intensity going on. Key change. Yeah, that entire section right there, from the chill break until that melodic section right there, kind of like a C section, sounds very hopeful, very positive, but then it takes it all away at the end, back to the intensity and back to the grind. Yes, I love this. So I'm doing the reactions in order of the songs in the official soundtrack, as a lot of you have suggested. So here's a highly requested one called Return to Slime. Intriguing. Sounds like a cinematic death march right from the very beginning. What is that? That is very characteristic of an operatic style melody. Very dramatic, very Shakespearean even. Oh my god, yeah. It absolutely evokes cinematic orchestrations similar to the works of Karl Orff with Carmina Burana, maybe a little bit of One Winged Angel from Final Fantasy VII, those choral lines in the beginning. But then comes this synth melody, which definitely evokes the cadence and the characteristic of an operatic melody, which reminds me a little bit of Carmen from Bizet, or a little bit of Don Giovanni by Mozart. Yeah, this is a classical opera disguised as a symphonic metal piece. Yeah, even the synth melody really gives an operatic soprano vibe. The overall mood that this gives me, it evokes the characteristic of some of those choral pieces like in operas or musicals where the townsfolk or the villagers band together, united against a common enemy. Kind of like Les Miserables, or even that villager song, that pitchfork villager song from Kill the Beast. Yeah. It gives off this, let's march into battle together and slay the enemy or something like that. Yeah, this melody, if you write it in just regular piano and voice, like an operatic piano and voice with that chord progression, and maybe arrange it like in a classical piano accompaniment, it will work. It will work beautifully. At the very distilled essence of this, there lies a beautiful melody and the perfect harmony to match it. And if you remove all those rock, metal, symphonic elements, it's just a beautiful piece of melody and harmony. Yeah, even giving me a little bit of gothic style, horror, Castlevania-ish chord progression vibe. Interesting. I love it. Yes, bravo. This is a masterpiece. The very beginning, it's a callback to Guardian of the Former Seas. I'm sensing a pattern here. The Terraria Calamity soundtrack is the gift that keeps on giving. And the moment I found out how passionate the community behind it is, I just had to do more of these reaction videos. Thanks to you. Let's go. This is the song called Antarctic Reinforcement, aka Theme of Cryogen. I have a feeling this is gonna be very icy. Yes, immediately starting with very crystalline sounding synthesizers. A very common trope nowadays used in video game music or soundtrack music to convey icy sounding atmospheres. Glass crystals, maybe glockenspiels, any tinny sounding instruments. Oh, wow. Okay. If you remove those jungle electronic drums, the harmony is like long tones with tiny moving elements in the background. Can stand alone as just peaceful ambient music and not moving so much, but because he added those frenetic drums, it makes it a little bit more exciting and fast moving. Now we're talking. Yeah, one of my favorite things about soundtracks that we listen from Terraria Calamity so far, I love the use of chaotic but ordered drums. You know, there's a certain chaos to it, but it's still in a very ordered manner, very organized chaos. Yeah, those arpeggios of those crystalline sounding synths, they add so much atmosphere and yet they still convey that icy feeling. Yeah, that sudden, seemingly random key change, descending key change, oh my god, it almost catches you off guard. You're vibing a certain way and then, oops, we're bringing it down a peg. And yeah, I love that. My general impression of this piece is it really gives me the feeling of you're in a winter wonderland with icy castles, ice statues everywhere, but there's a blizzard surrounding the castles, surrounding the environment, and everything is in a winter flurry. So everything is intensified in a way, something like that. This is called Left Alone, theme of Brimstone Elemental. Definitely evokes the harmonic styles of Nobuo Uematsu, especially in old school Final Fantasy. A little bit of Yasunori Mitsuda, but yes, this is packaged in a modern heavy metal skin. Yeah, even that flute-sounding synth melody, it's one of the commonly used melodic instruments in those old school JRPGs like I mentioned. This is very much a lyrical sounding melody with a chord progression that matches it, especially those ascending chord progressions leading to the chorus. It evokes something magical. Like if you change the instruments to something like celeste or xylophone and piano, it would sound very magical, like it belongs in a Disney-esque fantasy animated film or something like that, something magical. They changed the aesthetic to something more synth heavy metal, and I love it. That's a term I was looking for. There's a certain sound of innocence with this melody and harmony combination. There is really something innocent sounding, very sweet, definitely tugging my heartstrings right now. It's the type of melody and harmony combination that's meant to make you cry, but in a heavy metal style. Definitely evokes some stylings of Chrono Trigger, especially the slower songs, Secret of the Forest maybe, something like that. It would definitely fit one of the more sad, dramatic cutscenes in old school JRPGs where like two of the main pixelated characters are like reminiscing about something in their past or something sad that happened in the story, something like that. This is a very lush sounding, soaring harmony. Oh my god, I could imagine this being performed on stage. Full orchestra with a metal band and then a flute soloist at the very center. A flute symphonic metal concerto. Okay, final thoughts. Don't autoplay it. Don't autoplay. Definitely love the contrasting combination, the duality of the hard sound and the soft sound. There's something sweet and then there's something brutal, but then they meet in the middle and create this beautiful mix. Outcast of the Sulphurous Seas. Sounds interesting. Let's take a listen. Yo! The very beginning! It's a callback. The intro, melody, harmony, it's a callback to Guardian of the Former Seas. I'm sensing a pattern here. Yeah, it's pitched higher, but it's, oh my god, it's the same. New drum patterns, I like it. Now that's a remix. Wow, he really is stretching this intro part. And now he changed it. This is a beautiful, almost heartbreaking melody. Oh my god. He really loves that combination, almost like a synth Eurobeat style with the piano single lines. Oh my god. He be shredding that piano. Okay, I just kind of realized something right now. The use of the piano in using single lines. I always found it sounds so sad and lonely. Because the piano, one of the most common instruments associated with playing with two hands, 10 fingers. But whenever I hear a piece using the piano with only single lines, I believe the reason why it makes me feel so sad is because when you picture someone playing the piano alone and they're only playing the piano with one hand, two fingers, you can see somebody sitting alone in a piano in a darkly lit room trying to play a piece, but they only can play one note at a time because they're not a good pianist. They cannot play piano fully alone. That imagery, it's very sad, very cinematically sad and melancholic. Now we have a callback leitmotif to Garden of the Former Seas. I'm hearing it now. Wow. I totally adore when he removed the kick drums, but only let the treble sounding drums and the slow sounding notes play in the music. While the kick drums were playing, the music felt grounded. It had like a structure. You remove the kick drum and suddenly it feels floating. It has been unleashed into the sky and sounded more dreamy for a little bit. What I love so far about the music from Terraria Calamity that I've heard, the melodies are actually super simple, and I mean it in a good way. Simple enough to be singable and memorable. So he really goes hard on the other aspects like the textures, the rhythm. Even the harmonies are like long notes, long tones, long chords to support the melody. So he goes all out on other aspects of the music, like the rhythmic texture, the harmonic texture with all those arpeggios. And, you know, arpeggios are pretty much a staple in electronic music. They even have an old type of synthesizer called an arpeggiator, simply because of how common it is and how such a common trope it is in electronic music, even from back then. I did enjoy how closely related it is musically to the song Guardian of the Former Seas. Basing on this thumbnail, I can see why, because it is definitely the similar type of boss. A serpent/dragon looking boss. So it would really make sense that they have similar sounding songs with a different approach. That's a callback to the main theme. What? The deeper I dig into the Terraria Calamity soundtrack, the more I find that there are so many masterpieces in there. So let's go listen to some more. Here's one of the big ones you requested. This is Raw Unfiltered Calamity. It's 9 minutes long and 18 seconds, so I'm so curious how this will sound. Starting very orchestral. I love it. This is my jam. Gothic, symphonic, metal. What? This is my jam. This is totally my jam. I would totally listen to this type of music, and I would write this style of music myself. So yeah, wow. that entire section right there, it sounded really, really close to choral music from the Baroque era, from the medieval era. It uses the very common tropes of choral harmonies, choral melodies, especially the that's very, very common to Gothic medieval choral music. And there's a reason for that, because it is very much its own kind of vibe, its own type of ambiance. It wouldn't go out of place when it's played in this huge Gothic cathedral, like a pipe organ and a full choir, both making music together in that vibe, in that vein. Yeah, beautiful. Nice jungle metal interlude right there. Leitmotif callback. That was a very uplifting sounding harmony right there. Like, it's lifting you up to the heavens and making you feel really good. That is totally a classical cadence. La, ra, 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 ra. Usually heard during finale sections when you want a definitive ending or a dramatic end to a musical section. My heart. Such grandeur and such drama. Oh my God. That's a callback to the main theme. What? But this time, it's no longer the chill piano that we listened to before. It is now a full-on Gothic symphonic metal style masterpiece. Wow. By the way, I heard you love video game music. I arrange and produce an album series called Video Game Music Box. These are music box arrangements of your favorite game soundtracks from Zelda to Mario. They're essentially lullabies for gamers. And I just dropped a new album, Terraria Calamity Volume 1, for your enjoyment. Links in the description. There's that cadence again. Da, 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 da. very common trope in choral music in the classical or medieval or Baroque era. Yeah, it's what you would call a suspended dominant to tonic cadence. It's really dramatic sounding, very operatic in a way. That sequence right there, the brutality of the drums, the guitars, and the bass, the metal section with a grandiose choral gothic style orchestration. That's another example of what I would call the duality of beauty and brawn. I explained something similar in one of my Ultra Kill reaction videos, but again, this is a great example of raw strength portrayed by the heavy metal section, juxtaposed with serene beauty portrayed by the orchestra and the choir. Wow. Okay, wow. Final thoughts. This is what I would definitely call a symphonic metal suite. Some composers like Tchaikovsky or John Williams, they would make a medley. Some of you might be more familiar with the term mashup. They would make a medley of the themes from a common production. For example, Tchaikovsky has the Nutcracker Suite, which is just a medley of the leitmotifs from the entire Nutcracker ballet, which is a very, very long piece, almost like a movie. And then John Williams has this Harry's Wondrous World, which is an orchestral suite of the leitmotifs from Harry Potter. This is what I would call a symphonic metal suite using leitmotifs, various leitmotifs from the Calamity soundtrack, combined in a really well arranged, well composed, seamless way. Yeah, beautiful. It's like a fantasy film intro, won't be out of place in a Game of Thrones setting. They say that Terraria Calamity is an amazing soundtrack that comes with a free Terraria fan mod. So let's listen to more of the music. Yes, it definitely stays true to its title. Silence before the storms, kind of like a wordplay on the saying, the calm before the storm. It's very calming indeed. Very interesting descending harmony choice. Yes, very interesting approach. We're halfway into the song, but I still have not heard any memorable melody, and I think that's by intention. The song is definitely going more for ambiance and feeling rather than singability. Although when that string section came in, it was doing some sort of melodic line or counterpoint. But interestingly, it was not countering any existing melody. It's like the song wants you to make your own melody on top of it. It wants you to sing along or like compose your own melody on top of it. If you notice, the motion of that string section was very jumpy. It's going places, and that's why it's a little bit hard to sing it. When melodies are composed, the notes are usually close to each other when you're aiming for singability or memorability. There's a reason why the most famous pop songs or the most famous classical pieces of music have simple melody with notes close to each other, because the human voice likes notes that are closer to each other when it comes to being able to sing it easily. From calm to grand in just a flick of a switch. I don't know about you, but that was such a satisfying build-up. It's almost like you're watching someone construct something, like a building or a Lego construction, from the basic pieces, from the basic harmony, all until it becomes this monumental structure. Like you're watching a time lapse. Speaking of time, a great recent example of a musical piece written like this, where the music starts something super simple and builds up to something grand, is the piece of music called Time, composed by Hans Zimmer, which was used in Inception. It starts with 2 notes, and then it builds up to this magnificent structure in the end, which has a very satisfying build-up. A slow build, a slow burn, but if you're patient enough and you wait until the very end, it's a satisfying feeling. So here's one of the big ones from the Calamity soundtrack, the Leviathan trilogy. Wow, okay, whoa. That entire intro right there has this massive cinematic sound. It's like a fantasy film intro. Won't be out of place in a Game of Thrones or a Lord of the Rings setting. Especially with the harp. Harp arpeggios always give me these elven vibes. Especially harp and choral sounds. This piece is doing like something like a synth choir, but with a harp sound and this sort of ostinato of a deep war drum. Kind of like the Skyrim intro, actually. Definitely foretelling of some huge adventure that is about to begin, or an epic battle that is about to start. But then you add this pulsing synth bass, and then it gives it like some sort of fantasy cyberpunk vibe. This descending chord progression right there, that entire sequence right there, that is totally a fantasy film score trope. It sounds so lush and so entrancing. It's definitely the type of music that you play to someone if you want to make them feel relaxed, or if it's like a lullaby, you're lulling them to sleep or something. It's both adventurous and relaxing at the same time. I love it when a piece of music hits something that is usually considered as opposite moods, you know, adventurous, but also relaxing. But how about both? Here comes the army! I just had an image in my head. This combination right here, floaty synths, angelic singing, harp, war drums, and then energetic drums. I feel as if I'm in a skyship, an airship, like those Final Fantasy battle airships, or even Bowser's airship, sky sailing off with an entire armada about to face an epic battle in the skies. Something like that. I just realized something. No wonder I feel that vibe. It does remind me a little bit of a music I composed for a mobile game some years ago. It's now defunct, called Heroes Above. And the camera pans to each individual airship, showing off the warriors, the gleaming armor, the swords, and the weapons, and then close up to the captain or the commander or the general of the army, something like that. Yeah, that's a little bit of a Mitsuda-esque type of chord sequence right there. Something similar to one of his works in Chrono Cross, I believe. That is a beautiful melody. Amazing melodic writing from DM Dokuro. Yeah, this is the type of piece I would love to arrange and perform on a huge stage, probably in a convention like MagFest. Oh, nice jungle drum texture in the background. Just a little hint of it adds a little nice texture to add some more movement, to vary it a little bit. And now we're venturing into waltz territory. Some acid jazz feel right there. Do you hear that? That's like what you would call in classical music a sequence. Bach uses it a lot in his compositions. Sequence is basically like a staircase of chord progressions that is basically multiple key changes in one fell swoop. You know that feeling when you're riding a roller coaster, when you're like twisting and turning. Each key change is a twist and a turn until you eventually settle on a straight path and then you settle on a key. It's something like that. I don't know. That entire sequence right there felt like a dramatic scene from an opera or a musical. The melody just sounded so lyrical, very classical opera. Yeah, we just ventured into symphonic metal territory now. And then, oh my god, wow. And the camera closes up to the princess. Something calming, something serene. But then the camera pans and you see in the background, maybe blurred, you'll see the entire armada, the army again, or something like that. The composer loves his flute melodies with symphonic metal background. Wow, that's a combination I don't get to hear every time. Yeah, it's lovely. Was that a melody callback from one of the other pieces that we listened to? Wow. That truly is a Leviathan of a trilogy, both in a figurative way because of all the ups and downs, the roller coaster ride that is the epic music, but also literally because you're fighting a boss, I believe, that is also called the Leviathan. So yeah, definitely a masterpiece. Yeah, I can even imagine the pew 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 Deus, going with the rhythm of music. I once again summon the Terraria Calamity fandom so we can geek out together on the amazing music. Let's go. And this one here is called Cosmic Disgust. Will it be disgusting to listen to? Let's find out. Wow, this is disgustingly good. Okay, so far from everything that I've listened to with Terraria Calamity soundtrack, DM Dokuro definitely is a master of melodic writing, but at the same time, he's definitely got a feel for a more jazz fusion style chord progressions and a little bit of classical. He does love his jazz chord progressions, which is a bit more unpredictable. That's one of the unique signifiers of the entire soundtrack. The combination of lyrical melodies, jazzified chords with hints of classical, and then of course electronic house or trance rhythm sections. That's kind of like a broad descriptor of the soundtrack. Of course, that's just like a simplified take. There's so much more going on in between. This is a space party right here. Yeah, if you notice something, the title is Cosmic Disgust. So definitely has something to do with space, outer space, or cosmic vibes into the stars. Even the object portrayed in the music video is like a purple asteroid with stars behind it. If you listen closely to the portrayal of space music or outer space music in multimedia like films, video games, they love their melodies that jump into wide intervals like full octaves. Oh, you hear it in Super Mario Galaxy. You hear it right here. And it's one device that composers use to have the melody portray a vast expanse, a huge distance, massive spaces. I definitely feel that I went on a space journey after hearing that marvelous piece of music. This one here is called Interstellar Stomper. Ooh, looks like we have lots of space-themed vibes going on for this video. Okay, this is definitely giving me massive alien mothership battle or something like that. Yeah, I can even imagine the pew pew pews going with the rhythm of music. If there are even pew pew pews in Terraria, you let me know in the comment. Describe this battle for me in the game. I'm gonna rely on you to give me the best description ever. Yeah, going for a little bit of 70s or 90s power metal, power ballad metal lead guitar style here. That kind of era is known for very clear melodic lines done by a distorted electric guitar. Oh my god. DM Dokuro definitely loves his descending chromatic chord. I just hear it a lot in the compositions. Aside from sounding a little bit on the unpredictable side, it gives you this feeling of, let's say you're floating or you're flying, and then somebody pulls a prank on you and then pulls down your leg. Some giant cosmic entity pushes down your plane just a little bit down, but then you continue flying straight. I don't know. Weird thoughts. Wow, we're descending into full-on space metalcore. Okay, melodic metalcore. Wow. Such a clean guitar tone. I love that. I have such a ton of respect for metal lead guitar players, especially those who can do pinch harmonics on call. Pinch harmonics, just kind of like violin harmonics, are one of those super advanced playing skills. Ah yes, crystalline sounding synth bell sounds to strengthen that outer space vibes. Wow, such a strong rhythm section right here. A little bit of hip-hop rap metal vibes. Hints of Rage Against the Machine, maybe? Such a positive sounding chord progression, that cadence, the solid sound of the lead guitars, that power metal style lead guitar, and then you couple it with an anime sounding major key chord progression. There's something positive sounding, very happy sounding, lilting feeling right there when you listen to that section right there. Damn. Interstellar Stomper. The title itself is probably a dual meaning or maybe triple meaning if you know more about the lore of the game. Dual meaning for me because the composer is definitely going for an outer space vibe because of the word interstellar and stomper, which could mean heavy rhythms. When you stomp, you're producing heavy rhythms, warlike characteristic. But then again, stomp is also a metal music lingo, and stomping can also refer to when metal guitar players stomp on their distortion pedal. Like you're imagining like a metal guitar player on stage playing heavily on the guitar, and then when the chorus section or the heavy section of the song comes in, he will, with all his might, stomp on his distortion pedal. And maybe the title Interstellar Stomper also means something in the game, so it's kind of like a triple meaning title. Genius. And to complete our trilogy of space-themed songs, this one's called Pest of the Cosmos. Let's give it a listen. Totally space battle vibes going on right here. I like that the kick drum is just going full on heartbeat pulse. It's adding to the intensity. It's adding to the feeling of anxiety. And even the piano melodic lines is like non-stop 16th notes going on, full arpeggio, scaling up, scaling down, scaling up, scaling down like a worm. Something like that. And those synth strings and the synth pads in the background definitely supporting the vast sound design, the massive sound of space. There it is again, the signature DM Dokuro descending chromatic chord. Yeah, those injecting string section, da-da, da-da, da-da. Those injecting string section staccatos is definitely giving me like pew 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 vibes. If it was like a film, it's like a scene in a film, like a space battle, the projectiles or the beams or the lasers or the explosions would go with the rhythms of those staccatos. Oh my god, that pulsing kick and the constant drone of the fuzz bass. It's such a vibe. I don't know. Probably a characteristic of the more intense music in Calamity, or maybe it's just a favorite of DM Dokuro. Either way, it adds to the character. Yeah, such a positive sounding melody and harmony right there. It's like a massive waltz battle in space. The well-edited or well-directed space battles can seem like some sort of choreography, some sort of space choreography. So space waltz battle it is. It might as well be the national anthem of Calamity. Terraria Calamity. Music, good. React, let's go. Fly of the Beelzebub. Ooh, sounds very sinister. Let's listen to it. first impressions, that harmony and that chord progression, very typical to DM Dokuro's work here in Terraria Calamity. I've listened to so much of his Terraria Calamity work already with the past videos. I'm starting to kind of recognize his harmonic preferences. And also at the same time, the fast-moving synthesizers here, the chiptune melodies. It kind of evokes the soundtracks of those old school spaceship shooter games like Gradius or Galaxian. There's another old school one, Twin Bee. Oh my god, Twin Bee, Fly of the Beelzebub. There's a correlation to this. Damn, that off meter right there. Wow. Wow, why am I not surprised that he would insert a chill break with a piano melody right here? It's something that I kind of already expect he would inject in all the other songs, especially the fast ones. He loves to shock you with the intensity of the music. It's like ramming it into your ear, and then he's gonna pull it back. Here's some chill music. Relax for a little bit, just for a little time, and then he's gonna ram it back to your ear. Is it gonna happen here? Called it. Wow. Irregular meter hype. Definitely used here in a way to catch you off guard because it started with a very straight meter, 4-4, 2-4, and then sudden change to an irregular meter usually has the intention of pulling the rug from under you to surprise you for a little bit, cause you to rattle, and to cause a little bit of instability or chaos. Somehow that sawtooth waveform synth is definitely a perfect fit. Fly of the Beelzebub, or, you know, it's like this buzzing sound buzzing in your ear. Bzz, 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 bzz. That was an almost lick. La da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Wow. Okay, so final thoughts. Fly of the Beelzebub has that kinetic energy that is definitely befitting of what I believe is a demonic fly. Yeah, beautiful. Open Frenzy, theme of Ravager. Ooh, this sounds like it's gonna be epic, like the other songs. Called it. Wow. Massive symphonic metal synthwave combination. What? Huge orchestral sound doing gothic-like baroque harmonies, heavy rhythm section, full-on metalcore, prog metal, hardcore metal, what have you. Multiple genres of metal happening here, but that main melody is being done by a very distinct synth sound. So, symphonic metal synthwave. Let's go! Did you hear that? In the last 5-10 seconds or so. Oh my god, Dokuro absolutely loves to do this kind of starting the music as sounding intense, kinetic, and sinister, like evil. But then he injects this happy sounding passage, like a glimmer of hope while you're fighting this epic battle. Here's one of those entries in the soundtrack that is more sounding like classical Baroque music. If you listen closely, that section we just listened to, the last 10-15 seconds, you will hear there is a synth ostinato. An ostinato is just a fancy term for a repeating pattern in music. So in this case, there is an arpeggio ostinato. That kind of playing style, it's very keyboard playing style, very Baroque Bach era. You will hear that kind of arpeggio in fugue music, like the very famous Toccata and Fugue in D minor by Johann Sebastian Bach. That is always like one of the most iconic examples of that kind of music. But at the same time, the floating melodies, it definitely all fits in that vibe. But, you know, like I mentioned in some of my other earlier reaction videos, like in my Ultra Kill video, if Bach was a symphonic metal composer, this is kind of how he would sound like today. my god. I swear this keeps happening by coincidence. This passage right here. That sinister boss battle kind of vibe. It reminds me of my own composition from a stage production I wrote some years ago that is a theme for an evil witch. And I'll play a little bit of a sample of it. There's a reason why I'm totally digging all these music that you're suggesting me to check out, to react to. It's most likely because I'm finding a musical kindred spirit in these fellow composers, which is amazing. Yeah, see, this passage sounds so hopeful, so happy, so uplifting. That was some total anime opening energy right there. So, wow, final thoughts. I guess I'm speechless. I can't think of any other thing to say that I haven't already said earlier. So yeah, hot damn. Storm Before the Catastrophes, Interlude 2. Okay. He caught me off guard. Somehow my slow brain expected something calm, and then I realized he actually reversed the idiom calm before the storm before the calm, or storm before the catastrophe. So I was like, oh, wow. Gusty Garden Galaxy chord progression. I love this. So glorious and triumphant sounding, as if you've won the great battle, and then everyone's congratulating each other. Everyone's happy, having drinks in the background. This is in a march hymn format. It might as well be the national anthem of Calamity with how the style is written. Ah, there it is again. The signature tubular bells. Totally tubular. This is the chord progression of Guardian of the Former Seas. Wow, what a great callback. Harmonic callbacks are one of my favorite callbacks because it's not some of the more obvious ones like melodic callbacks or leitmotif callbacks. Harmonic callbacks are usually more felt than heard in a figurative way. Wow, there's multiple musical inspirations I'm hearing in this section. One I could think of is in classical music, Joseph Haydn, and somehow a little bit of Nobuo Uematsu in some of his earlier works in the earlier Final Fantasy songs. Uh-oh, what was that ascending buzz sound at the end? Something sinister coming in? Or like an ending credits sequence? But wait, there's more. The evil has not actually been defeated. Or something like that. It's like there's this triumphant musical march. Victorious. Congratulations, you won. But at the very end, but did you really win? Something like that. Something to think about. What is that? Sudden genre change from glam metal, power metal. It is now like chill jazz fusion. Wow. Terraria Calamity has great music? I know. Here's some more. Wow, nice. I love how it started with this very recognizable breakbeat jungle theme, and then we have a leitmotif. Looks like this is one of those songs where it's written in a melodic way because the melody is very clear, very standout, and the other elements such the rhythm and the harmony are pretty much staying in the background, not even having some complex textures, and they're out there to support the melody. So this is one of my favorite types of compositional writing, which is melodic writing. Yeah. Oh my god. I believe this is like 20 plus song that I've already listened to in the Terraria Calamity soundtrack. And by now, I'm starting to recognize some signature DM Dokuro tropes. He uses a lot of ascending harmonic cadences. And these are like rising chord progressions to uplift the song to a more heightened level. And now we have this new section right here, happier sounding melody compared to the more serious tone in the beginning. And then it repeats in the second section with added textures. And now we have here a more heightened feeling, a lilting, more positive feeling of the musical direction. I think this is one of those standard DM Dokuro combinations. We have massive orchestral sound, jungle, breakbeat, house EDM style to support with a jungle, breakbeat, house EDM rhythm sections, and a very synthwave, chiptune-like melodic instrument. This is a fascinating section right here. I'm hearing a lot of influences again. I think it's a favorite of DM Dokuro, using a lot of influences from Baroque Bach music, especially this that is something you will hear most of the time in fugal music, which is common format in the Baroque era, especially in Bach's compositions for the organ, the pipe organ. I believe you know his most famous one is the Toccata in Fugue in D minor, which you hear a lot in vintage horror movies. He also composed a lot of other keyboard instrument compositions, such as for harpsichord, for piano, or technically it's called the clavier. The traditional piano that we have has not yet invented until much later. These kinds of melodies in this section are very keyboardistic, very characteristic of someone who plays the piano. So I kind of suspect that, like most music producers or like most composers, DM Dokuro is also a pianist. I believe that is one of the more simplistic approaches that DM Dokuro used for writing the music. And I'm not saying simplistic in a bad way. It means he approached it with a more simplistic musical composition approach. He has this beautiful melody, very solid, very clear direction. So he just decided to support it with harmony and rhythms. In some of his other compositions, he uses has a lot of counterpoints, a lot of textures and atmospheres and ambiances that is not necessarily focused on melody. In fact, we have a lot of other soundtracks that we have listened to from Calamity that don't even have a melody at all. That is just one of the many approaches of composition. I am pretty much a melody-centric type of composer. By the way, a lot of you have told me that the songs in the soundtrack, the Calamity soundtrack, loop 2 or 3 times. I actually think that's a good thing because sometimes, as with human nature, you can't always hear some details during the first listen. It's kind of a blessing that these videos on YouTube, on his channel. So yeah, by the way, subscribe to his channel if you're not already. I'm pretty sure you are if you're already a Calamity fan. I like that they loop because I hear new details at the second and sometimes the third repeat. So yeah, it's nice that they're looping. Unholy Insurgency. Wow, what an epic title. How does it sound? Let's listen. Oh my god, how can it sound so sinister in like the first 2 bars and then suddenly sound angelic? That's actually amazing. Reminded me a little bit of the Nobuo Uematsu masterpiece from Final Fantasy VI, Dancing Mad. It has that same sinister feeling, but we have tubular bells here because DM Dokuro loves his tubular bells. Totally tubular. We have a melody. Oh wow, okay. 2 things that I noticed. DM Dokuro definitely loves his key changes, but he always likes to jump key changes without warning. Most of the time, if composers want to be a little bit sneaky about key changes, they use this trope called sequence. Bach uses it a lot, in which he uses the chords that are part of the original key, but then moves it to another chord that is part of this key, but also part of the next key, and then it's usually in the relation of fifths. Jumping on fifths and fifths, we call it in music theory the circle of fifths. But sometimes there are composers who have no time for all that finesse. He just wants you to immediately jump to the next key, and DM Dokuro does that a lot. You know, it has a certain charm to it. I'm not gonna lie. Wow, that was such a beautiful part. So uplifting. Definitely an anime opening trope. Very uplifting to listen to. When you see me listening to the song and I'm just clutching my heart, I'm just getting that feeling. Oh my god, this is so beautiful, so uplifting, and I'm pretty sure I'm not alone in this. just a little bit of information here from the music theory world. What you heard there that is used by DM Dokuro is a technique called pedal tone, where the bass line, the note of the bass line, stays static while the chords or the notes at the top change for a few measures while the bass line stays. Fun fact. It has a little bit of Chemical Brothers in that synth right there, not gonna lie. There is again the immediate modulation or the immediate key change. Very typical to his style by now. Oh my God. Those last two measures, you can't help but just smile by how happy sounding it is. So intense, even the synths that he used are some of the more sinister sawtooth tones, where it's like very, very buzz, zzz. But the melody, oh my God, it's just so happy sounding. There are those DM Dokuro bells again. By now, one of my favorite combinations that he uses, orchestral choir with some string beds in there. Very aggressive synth leads and synth basses. And just, absolutely hectic drums with breakbeat characteristics. Oh my God. Yeah. That's a delicious combination, I would say. There's a reason why I kind of like using more general terms when describing the music. Although I could do a very deep music theory, heavy jargon type of video, I think that's more really for fellow musicians to be talking like that. In my opinion, music is meant to evoke emotions, make you cry, make you laugh, make you jump for joy. At the end of the day, these musical theories, they are not musical laws. They are mere suggestions. They are maybe important for a certain demographic, but for me, it's all about, does the music sound good? Does it make you cry? Does it make you lie on your bed and, remember the memories from your past and something like that? For me, it's all about the humanity of the music. That's what's important for me, and this is why I mostly use terms that everyone can understand, because it's all about the music. This here is called Feral Amalgamation. Let's go. Wow, okay. Starting with a very traditional arpeggio passage, reminiscent of the Final Fantasy Prelude, with a dressing of power metal rhythms and lots of synth waves. But he started out with a straight 2/4 or 4/4 rhythm, and then this next section that I just heard a few seconds of, sudden change to 6/8, and I love that simply because 6/8, the 6/8 meter, there's a reason why most traditional Irish jigs are in the 6/8 meter, because Irish jigs are meant to be danceable, festive music. Intensify that feeling in a power metal setting, you get something truly intense, active, and oh my god, super energetic. Will I be right? Is this upcoming section gonna be that? If my eyes widen, you know the answer. Is that sudden genre change from glam metal, power metal with a solid electric guitar lead? It is now like chill jazz fusion with a fretless bass style melody. Wow, I love fretless bass when it does melodies like this. Yes, sinister sounding choirs, a very minor chord melody, and the signature bells. A nice, quick respite before we intensify once again. I just realized the kick drum and the rhythm guitar are doing unison meters, something that you would hear in metalcore or prog rock, or what they would call math metal or math rock. Yeah, it's meant to be very calculated, almost mathematic meter, beat by beat. Every microbeat has to be like exact. The bass, the kick, and the rhythm guitar all playing the same pattern in unison. It's a great display of being a solid band, especially if it's done live. Yes, I think it would be interesting to compose an original composition based on the style of Calamity, but if I were to be choosing the combination, I think Feral Amalgamation is the instrumental combination I would choose. Synth leads, orchestral backgrounds, some hints of choral sounds, but a very prog metal or math metal approach to the rhythm section. Let me know if you want me to do that in a future video. Beautiful song. Masterpiece. Another masterpiece. I think a lot of these songs from the Calamity soundtrack are absolute masterpieces. This is a song called Toxic Wisdom. Let's go. Wow. Okay. Prog metal, synthwave, jazz fusion. Oh my God. Every single genre that I love. And it all sounds very breathtaking, very epic and lush together. Whoa, wow, that's such a unique combination. I rarely hear that. So you're hearing these arpeggios, dun, 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 dun. I think they are synth keyboards or electric pianos. And we have this solid rhythm section, prog rock style, heavy metal style. But I'm hearing somewhat in the background, you can hear it. I'm not sure yet, but it does sound like a trumpet or a synth trumpet or probably an oboe. But wow, that is such a unique combination, and you don't normally hear symphonic metal, heavy metal vibes, and then a trumpet doing single lines, like a single trumpet solo. You would usually hear that trumpet as part of a brass section, but not usually as a soloist. So this is very interesting. Yeah, somehow, even if it's in the heavy metal genre, it is both energetic and relaxing. The energetic part of it, of course, comes from the drums, the heavy metal guitar riffs, and the electric bass. But then he floods your ears with these lush-sounding, crystalline synth pads with a synth piano or piano-sounding instrument that is just flooded in reverb. He joins these two ear candy combinations. Very epic and relaxing. There it is again. A favorite of DM Dokuro, I believe. He loves to insert a happy sounding, a positive sounding musical passage in between gritty, massive, epic, serious, dramatic pieces. So like for example, like this one, he started this song with a powerful, progressive, symphonic metal style of music. In the middle of it, he inserts this uplifting, almost angelic-like passage. And then he goes back to the dramatic one. He always likes to insert something hopeful in the middle of all these chaotic action. Yeah, lots of abrupt key changes happening here with no musical preparation, and it's very effective for a music that is meant to be like a powerful moving locomotive right in your face, something like that. And of course, I didn't forget about the signature Calamity tubular bells that we keep hearing in every other bar or so. Yeah, beautiful masterpiece right here. So many masterpieces in the Terraria Calamity soundtrack. This beat is like so militaristic, some sort of march anthem. The Terraria Calamity fandom is once again gonna fill the comment section with high praises of DM Dokuro's compositions. And I agree. Let's listen to more. Servants of the Scourge, theme of the Sentinels of the Devourer. Ooh. Am I gonna be hearing callbacks or leitmotifs from the other Scourge themes? I wonder. I guess we'll see. I love this. I'm always such a huge nerd when it comes to a lyrical sounding melody. This melody right here, it's sounding very lyrical as if it was meant to be sung, but right now it's being played by some sort of synth oboe. But then surrounding it is this powerful rock metal style accompaniment, which is very energetic and somewhat chaotic. And I like that. It's always like this symbolism of a soaring beauty represented by that lyrical melody amidst all the surrounding chaos. Yeah, you were not all joking when you told me in the comments that I will be hearing the tubular bells more and more as I go along with the soundtrack. And yeah, good ear, everyone. There's a magnificent feeling of like I'm floating or flying, and it sounds very hopeful and also invigorating at the same time. Wow! That was beautiful. This ear-pounding synth bass like buzzing in your ear. But at the same time, the music didn't lose that lyrical beauty of that melody. It's still in the background. Oh my god. Wow. These new sections, oh my god, I feel like there are like multiple phase bosses that transform and then a new theme comes in. Let me know. Wow, okay, that felt almost like an orchestral suite or like a classical suite with multiple genres or formats of music in between, or kind of like Bohemian Rhapsody, something like that, where there's like major changes in each section of music. This here's called Scourge of the Universe, Theme of Devourer of Gods. Ooh, that's such a epic title. Is it gonna be as epic? I expect it will be, because it's Calamity. Okay, wow! That first minute alone is such a journey. He started with this breakbeat jungle drums with some symphonic elements, and then boom, he moved on to an epic Baroque/Gothic sounding chiptune fugue, which actually kind of reminds me of one of the themes from Shovel Knight, but this time it's dressed around in symphonic house electro vibes. Wow! What a tasteful combination this is. Fun fact that that kind of accompaniment, melody, and left hand that does that, that is a type of dance/folk music which can be also found in some classical etudes called a tarantella. The harmonic cadence of the last 10 seconds or so, it is evoking that same atmosphere or that same spirit as the main theme, Tale of the Cruel World. Somehow, the vibe of that chord progression is also present here, but it's in a very, very, very energetic bop. I just can't help but dance along to it. Angelic symphonic choir with a bass solo. Wow. And here we have the bells again with an even more prominent feature. That entire section right there, electronic drums and Baroque fugue chiptune, like I said earlier, it's so breathtaking to listen to it. Damn, that was an entire adventure right there. A grand adventure of what it seems like a pixelated hero out on an adventure fighting epic battles. And it's like a montage, like a superhero montage or a hero's montage. You're seeing footages of the hero fighting one epic battle reach like a dramatic impasse, like an internal conflict when we go to those slower or more melancholic parts. But then he prevails, he triumphantly wins the battle, and the cycle continues. Something like that. I don't know. By the way, I heard you love video game music. I arrange and produce an album series called Video Game Music Box. These are music box arrangements of your favorite game soundtracks from Zelda to Mario. They're essentially lullabies for gamers. And I just dropped a new album, Terraria Calamity Volume 1, for your enjoyment. Links in the description. And here's one of those songs that I know a lot of you have been waiting for, Universal Collapse. Let's go. Okay, wow. That debate of an intro right there. It's almost like an Undertale rug pull. I know the similarities with Scourge of the Universe are very obvious, but this definitely, as the song title says, Final Form, definitely a fitting title because the harmonies, the melodies, it sounds even more full, richer even. Tubular Bells? Check. It is a Calamity song. That sounded almost like a choral hymn, like a final march to something, like a graduation march or a final march into battle. There's a sound of finality to it. Wow, he was really pushing the high octaves there. Okay, I'm not sure if this is a little obvious to non-musicians, but in the music world, especially with instrumentalists, there is this sort of tendency of instrumentalists that when they're trying to impress you or trying to impress you with their skills, they play as high as possible with their instruments. The more veteran musicians would usually try to build up their solo. They would start with the low notes or the mid notes. They start to speed up and they start to play higher notes faster, higher, faster, higher notes when they're about to show off their most extreme skills, like the fastest and the highest. They play it at the extreme highest note when they're about to show you, this is the finality, this is the end of my solo, this is the maximum that I can do, that I can show off to. This section where DM Dokuro is doing all those extremely high solos, it's like he's signifying, yeah, this is a major turning point. This is like like the end of an era or something. Wow, it's like, boom, this is the epic moment, the final countdown or something like that. I really love DM Dokuro's ability to switch up the genre of the drums. One moment he does electronic style, EDM style of drums, and then the next moment he does prog metal drum style, especially when he does those multiple kick patterns. You can just imagine a live drummer just like stomping the kick pedal and just Wow, let's break it down. That is wonderful combination of synth waves, symphonic elements, and EDM style rhythm section. I think he holds back a bit on the power metal element that he uses in the other songs. But yeah, a rich, grandiose sound that has this feeling of the final chapter, a closing chapter, but not necessarily the ending of the book, just the ending of the chapter, something like that. So I listened to Universal Collapse and all the songs connected to that separately. But you also suggested that I also check out the Devourer of Gods non-stop mix, which is a interconnected suite of all the songs connected to Universal Collapse. And it's a whopping 14 minutes long. So let's check it out. What differences am I expecting to hear? I definitely am expecting additional sections that are not in the standalone versions, possibly seamless transitions to connect all the parts. Let's see. Here we go. There's that lovely melody. Yeah, this is my favorite part. Even in the standalone version, this is my favorite part in this segment. And the reason why, it's the beat itself The march-like quality, the iconic bells, and the triumphant sounding chord progressions, it's definitely giving you this call to action, march into battle, let's go, 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 go. Wow, okay, this is definitely a new section that I haven't heard in the standalone versions. That non-stop barrage of kick drums, it's just pounding in your ear. It's really intense and is like pushing you to the edge. I would guess that this is definitely a boss battle music where there's multiple forms. So with that sudden change in music, sudden change in energy and tempo even, it can definitely signify a change of pace in the fight. Six-eight meter with fast drums is such a powerful, danceable, and highly active type of meter. It's one of my favorites, especially when I try to write fast-moving, energetic music. The descending emotional chords that's happening here is just really giving it even more of a raw emotional energy. That is totally the DM Dokuro cadence. Nice melody callback. It's this one, yeah! Before that, a sudden entrance of chorus, epic orchestral sounds. It made me feel the already epic battle even became bigger, wider. It's as if the sudden appearance of the chorus and the orchestra kind of signifies, in my mind at least, that a swarm or an armada of minions was suddenly unleashed to the player. I'm thinking something like the carriers in StarCraft, where you have this huge mothership unleashing like tiny fighters, something like that. That musical chord pattern right there, that broken chord, very reminiscent of traditional Baroque music. Usually we associate that kind of style as well with Gothic, horror, dark, classical vibes, which you can hear in other video game soundtracks, most notably in Ultra Kill. Even more intense version of that you can check out in my other reaction videos. There's the Tarantella. this beat is like so militaristic that you can't help like some sort of march anthem that's making me feel so nationalistic, even if Terraria is not a country, or is it? You tell me. Lovely jungle breakbeat drums. Okay, before we continue, oh my god. That was a nice, relaxing change of pace with those plucking acoustic classical style guitar, making it sound a little bit more personal and intimate, a sort of respite from the epic battles. And then we're back to the epic battle with this new section. Another formation change. Oh my god. I forgot to mention all those tubular bells. Tubular bell overload. This is like the most Terraria Calamity of all the Terraria Calamity soundtracks so far. If you want to make the music sound more relaxing, nothing is more relaxing than the harp. By default, any piece played on the harp immediately becomes a relaxing type of music. okay. I appreciate the beauty of this suite even more so on a second listen. And I really, really appreciate the transitional sections in between, and especially that Universal Collapses ending section. It sounds even more epic, so grand. And there's a reason for this. During the last segment, he was using the full range of the musical scales. He has these very extended range arpeggios, like running through up and down. And then that very dynamic melody. It sounds like it was almost improv, like a live on stage improv. And then he has this constant choir singing a really wide harmonic range from basses until sopranos. He like the full range, giving it like this really wide, spacious feeling. And all these are glued together by those energetic drums. Plus, you know, the iconic tubular bells. If you've seen a tubular bell in an orchestra, it's like really one of the larger instruments in the percussion family in the orchestra. And of course, you know, tubular bells sound very similar to church bells, and you know, those can be massive. So in my mind, at least, or in my experience as a composer, aside from adding like Christmassy vibes to a song, if done on a context outside of Christmas music, tubular bells work really well, especially in gothic symphonic metal, where song breaks are accented by one loud tubular bell, thus immediately changing the vibe of the whole song. This is what I would call a really beautiful and massive symphonic electronic metal rock masterpiece. Yeah, it's all over the place in terms of genre and beats, but in a very good way, of course. And for more of my content, click here. Bright brass instruments, fitting of a royal fanfare. Welcome to another installment of my Terraria Calamity music reaction series. Let's go. Murder Swarm. Theme of Bumblebird? It's got burbs? I love it already. I love me a complex meter right there. This feels live. This feels like the entire arrangement itself, the way it's arranged, the way it's recorded, and the way the instruments are playing their lines. This feels like a live performance by a solid progressive rock band. I love it. I did not expect that piano break right there. It from powerful synth prog rock metal, for one tiny moment it felt like jazz or jazz fusion. I don't know, because of the chords, lots of the spicy jazz chords right there, and then boom, back to metal. those chickens? Something to note about using irregular meters like 5/4, 7/4. For me personally, there's a certain tolerance that I can stand continuously listening to a piece of music with 5/4 or 7/4. Sometimes they are used in a sort of edgy way, trying to be different, but not this. Here's one good example of a sparing use of 5/4s and 7/4s and all those irregular meters, because to be honest, when you are just a casual listener and then you are played with a 5/4 or 7/4 music, it really interrupts the way you vibe, the way you groove to music. 4/4 or 2/4, it's very easy to vibe. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's the normal way we vibe along to music. But when it's tastefully done, like for example this, he only uses those irregular meters for certain sections, like the introduction or that middle section that is some sort of a signifier. Oh, we're entering a new section. This is a new section. But then during the regular verse-like sessions, he just returns it to a straight 4/4 meter, allowing you, giving you the chance to just vibe along to it. It's a different case for when your entire piece is in 5/4, like the iconic piece, Take 5. It's in the name. This is a really good balance of it, a good compromise. Otherwise, I feel like it would have alienated the listener too much. But yeah, those are my thoughts. Infernal Catharsis Rebirth, remade theme of Jungle Dragon Yharon. Wow. All right. We get dragons now, huh? That is an entrance fit for a dragon. Okay, first off, that initial section right there, bright brass instruments, fitting of a royal fanfare. And then we had this huge, grandiose metal symphonic entrance. It's almost as if this is a song fit for the King of Dragons or something like that. here we are again at the happy place. Bells. Oh, wow. That evokes so much grandeur. The same feeling, the same uplifting feeling when you're listening to Symphony Number 9 by Beethoven. Oh, my God. Yeah, that's what you call in music theory a call and response. The trumpet and violin section kind of imitating each other's melodies. Yeah. This sounds so heavenly. Like the emotional scene in between an epic battle. I just want to give props to the music production aspect. This style right here is absolutely symphonic metal, and it is like the fuller type of symphonic metal. These are the types of arrangements that are usually some of the most challenging when it comes to mixing in post-production because there's just so many elements. How would you balance the energetic loud sound of the drums and the electric guitar and the electric bass with a full sound of an orchestra, especially strings and brass, without drowning each other out? It's such an underrated thing, and it is most of the time a musician to musician only thing that they are more concerned about. But I just want to let you know that aside from the skill in the composition and the arranging, the other side of that, the technical side of the music, is the mixing and mastering, and this is just immaculately mixed. That's almost like an inverse of the melody of the Guardian of the Former Seas. Da, 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 da. But instead he went da, na, 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 na. Okay. Uplifting key change. One of the most satisfying halftime changes. Oh my god. Signature bells, here we go. Wow, absolute magnificence. But I also kind of like the last chord that he decided to use sounded a bit more unresolved, like it's a little pause and then there's another thing that's coming up. But yeah, powerful. You can even hear the passion that is being put in that lead guitar playing. I am constantly impressed by the passion of the Terraria Calamity fandom over the beauty of its music. That says a lot about the staying power and the timelessness that DM Dokuro has created. Let's listen to more.
The enemy ascended beyond your control. Or was that all your intention?
Okay, so this is it. One of the big ones, one of the big kahunas, one of the big dragons that you've all been waiting for. Roar of the Jungle Dragon, theme of Jungle Dragon, Yharon, Phase 2. Definitely a major song. It's almost 9 minutes long, so let's begin. Wow, okay, that entrance is the entrance of a god king, dragon, what have you. And wow, vocals. What?
If they can, they will easily put you home while you're blinded by your digression. I have gotten to the point where I'm just too afraid that you're going to meet your end. My sins echo out through the fire, and your rival did stand in my way. Yes, this is a hardship most dire,
Wow, okay. Having the melody written for vocals kind of changes the dynamic a little bit because musical instruments, especially synth instruments, tend to be more agile. They can jump farther intervals that vocals cannot always do. So I like the treatment of the vocals here, but even though it's a little bit different, there's still a lot of similarities. He's still doing his favorite chord progression, especially that slowdown right there. It definitely evokes the Tale of the Cruel World song, the harmonies, especially the bells. Oh my god, yeah. Yes. Okay. Wow. The vocal layering is super lush sounding, very rich. And I know that a lot of you have been already informing me in the comment section that the singer is also the composer, DM Dokuro. So it's nice to finally put a voice to the name. Wow, okay. The build up from that speed metal section, and then suddenly stopping in your tracks for that huge sounding, angelic instrumental solo of the electric guitar. And you can even hear the passion that is being put in that lead guitar playing. Regardless if it's real guitar or if it's synth guitar, the passion of the performance is so heartfelt, soulful, melancholic, powerful playing. Oh wow. By the way, I heard you love video game music. I arrange and produce an album series called Video Game Music Box. These are music box arrangements of your favorite game soundtracks from Zelda to Mario. They're essentially lullabies for gamers. And I just dropped a new album, Terraria Calamity Volume 1, for your enjoyment. Links in the description.
Whatever we make, but you're failing to comprehend.
Yeah, this section is definitely a callback to the Tale of a Cruel World theme.
And your rival did stand in my way. Yes, this is a hardship most dire. And one day you will heed what I say. This is my message to my master. This is a fight you cannot win.
That is a beautiful melody. Da, 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 da. That's such a lyrical melody. Whether it has lyrics or it's instrumental, that is a beautiful melody, regardless of the function.
I think I passed your great disasters. The victory stirs below your skin. If you could see, I will not blame you. I will move forth and win your war. But if I should die before you continue, you shall have heard my final dying roar.
I love those staccato string touches. Dugga, 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 dugga. Even with such a tiny unit of notation, even with such a tiny presence, it just adds so much grandeur and emotional stakes to this short passage right here. The enemy ascended beyond your control. Or was that all your intention? Wow. Okay, let's break it down. I will not be commenting on the lyrics because I'm not a lyricist. I'm very biased to instrumental music. I'm an instrumental composer 99.9% of the time. But man, beautiful vocals, of course. But also the entire vibe of this, the entire story in my head that I feel that this is like one of the most impactful, emotional culmination of everything. This is like when you hear One Winged Angel for the first time in Final Fantasy VII. From the very beginning until that emotional moment, you've heard only instrumental music. So it kind of stands out when you suddenly, there's like vocals with lyrics. You're hearing boss music. Why am I hearing boss music? But also at the same time, like I said, I feel like this is like the emotional culmination for the hero, for the player, for you who's playing this. Yeah, this is like the impactful, the turning point, the emotional turning point where you have to make a crucial decision or something that will impact the world forever. Something like that. Wow, what a powerful composition. Yeah. I'm loving this softer side of the Calamity music. Calamity. Terraria Calamity. Let's go. The steps below hell. Once again, another heaven and hell analogy. Okay, I'm instantly transported to hell with just that one note drop. Okay, it's a classic trope in cinema scoring. Single notes at the lower registers of the piano always feels evil and sinister to signify that the monster is coming. Dun, 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 dun. It's classic. It's a classic musical trope. A second note, this slow rock beat, dun, psh, with a highly reverbed snare drum right there. This is the same vibe I'm getting when you listen to the Shinra theme from Final Fantasy VII. And of course, as you know, the Shinra Corporation is the one that is the evil entity in the Final Fantasy VII lore. Spoilers for that decades-old game. Key change! Okay, wow. This is a nice change of pace. After listening to so much of the soundtrack already, I'm always hearing the heavy metal style of composition that DM Dokuro always uses. So this is a nice change of pace. It's like we are hearing the softer side of his musical composition skill. That is such a sweet oboe line. The way this oboe solo and eventual duet sounds to me in a narrative way, it's like this single voice of hope represented by that solo oboe amidst the surrounding evil or sinisterness. Is that even a word? But eventually, a second oboe line joins in, making a very nice, sonorous, lyrical duet. It's almost as if you, as the traveler, lone traveler, found somebody to join your adventure, and now there's two of you, and everything's gonna be okay. Everything's gonna be okay, so here's this massive uplifting sound for you. I just noticed that the brass section came in as well when in the beginning it was not there. It was not so prominent in the historical context of orchestral music. The usage of the brass section as an accent or a occasional brightness texture giver has become such a meme. The brass section tends to be super bright. Any kind of limits their use, especially when you want to make more mellow, soft sounding music. Brass instruments are just so loud. I'm not even kidding that most instrumentalists who are sitting in front of brass players in an orchestra need to wear their earplugs. So in the musical composition context, if you want to uplift a certain section of a song, the brass section is like the usual candidate to fill that need. So it's happening right here. Yeah, that was beautiful. This is a track called Heaven's Hell-Sent Gift. Wow. I can see that there's a lot of angel and devil, heaven and hell symbolism in the Terraria Calamity soundtrack or the mod. Interesting. Okay, wow, okay. It's interesting to me how he started it with long piano chords, simple and slow arpeggios, and simple and slow chords. And normally that would really work great as some sort of chill song or like a sad ballad. Kind of like The Tale of the Cruel World, the main theme. But the fact that he added a continuous drum beat signifies that he wants it to be a more rhythmically moving song. Something that is similar to a march or something like that. I really love combinations like that. The duality of long chords, long sustained chords, but with textures that are fast moving like the drum beats here. That duality for me is always an interesting combination. That was a beautiful, low-key piece. Compared to the other Terraria songs that we already listened to, I was kind of expecting a huge, thick drop somewhere, simply because most of the previous soundtracks almost always follow that formula. So, color me surprised when he exercised a ton of restraint in not doing that. Instead, he chose to remain in a very consistent key, very consistent atmosphere, and a very consistent volume level, so to speak. There's definitely also a gameplay explanation for this restraint. I will let you in the comments tell us everything about what's happening in this part of the game. But like I said, he could have chosen to make it heavy metal, symphonic metal with all the bells and whistles again, but he did not, and I really appreciate that restraint. The Heaven Sent Abomination. Again, heaven and hell symbolism. Let's listen. Wow, okay. I love that debate. So he started with a sustained piano chord and the usual fast-moving drum texture. It always gives you the illusion that when the drop comes, he will go for a drum beat, a drum and snare beat that's also in the same kind of characteristic of that drum beat. So one would expect that the drums would be something fast, but then he subverts expectations by doing it halftime. And I always love that kind of subversion when it comes to beat writing, especially. Okay, wow. This track feels like it's the sister track or the good side equivalent of Step Below Hell. This is like, that is the hell sounding theme, more sinister, more evil, with a tinge of hope. And this one, it's at the very start, it already sounds hopeful, heavenly, very fitting, and positive overall. Okay, hopeful with a hint of something bittersweet. Not far off from Tale of a Cruel World, which is the main theme. Yeah, songs like this are one of the most fun to jam along my violin to, and it's simply because it's what one would call easy mode when it comes to playing along or improv along to a certain piece of music, simply because this one chose to stay in relatively one tonal center. That technique of staying in one tonal center despite the notes above changing a little bit, changing chords, changing harmonies with one bass note sustained, that is called a pedal tone. In Baroque music, especially in the compositions of Bach, that is a common trope. He changes harmony only in this part, but after like staying in the same tonal center for a long time. And back to the tonal center. Listen to those luscious string melodies. Oh my god. String unison melodies are some of the most luscious sounding, especially when, you know, played like this. Those are probably synth strings. Doesn't matter, they sound luscious anyway. I'm loving these softer side of the Calamity music. DM Dokuro showcasing great restraint in not going overboard with the instrumentation, and I'm all for it. I was caught off guard in a good way by those pauses. And because a lot of you have asked nicely and rather enthusiastically, here's some more Terraria Calamity content. Treasures within the abomination. Interesting. And for those of you in the comments section who want to tell everyone what this abomination is, feel free. Okay, wow. Two things. Okay, wow. There is that signature DM Dokuro sound in the Terraria Calamity OST that I've been hearing more and more of. The soft start and with the electronic drum beat drop. And of course, with his favorite minor third, major third key changes that he keeps on doing in the previous songs. It sounds like an abrupt key change or an abrupt modulation, but he's been doing that left and right for most of the soundtrack, and it's become a signature of his that I've mostly come to expect it in all these songs. Oh, also, I forgot to say, the way he started and the way this song is structured most likely is using a minimal style, kind of similar to the musical style of Philip Glass, in which he chooses one musical motif, mostly textural, not usually melodic. In this case, he uses na 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 na, that arpeggio, that chord pattern, and then using that tiny musical cell of an idea, he replicates it in different levels or in different harmonies or keys. It's almost like an optical illusion. Yeah, this harmonic section right here is a callback somewhat to the main theme. I love the leitmotif and I love the harmonic callbacks to previous themes because it just further unifies the soundtrack and gives it this sense of artistic unity or creative unity. Okay, wow. I mentioned this in a previous video. I really love this approach of composition where you start almost mechanically. The way this song started, it started somewhat mechanically, very rhythmic. For me, personally, as a composer myself, I consider rhythm, the drums, the chord pattern, the rhythmic pattern of the chords and all that. The rhythm and the drums, they are like the muscle and the skeleton of a piece of music. It is the one that gives it this rigid structure. But then it slowly evolves to have more emotion, and the emotion of the music is represented by the chord progression. It is what it gives it its emotional impact, the heart, if you want to be more cheesy about it. And then the melody is like the final touches. Sometimes it's also the main thing. It's the entire body is the melody. Yeah, that arpeggio, the way it repeats, kind of like in an outer space kind of vibe. When it comes to this section of the music, it sounds more cerebral, like more mathematical even. Yeah, even the melody sounds very mechanical, very rigidly rhythmic. Dun, dun, da, da, dun, dun. Very straightforward, rhythmic. Okay, and now it starts to become more emotional as the chords start to move. That is a more what you would call a ballad style of harmony, similar to the main theme, Tale of a Cruel World. Yeah, what started as something robotic suddenly developed emotions, and it's now feeling bittersweet or sad or what have you. And we're back to the cerebral side of the song. Amazing. Wasteland. Okay, wow. Those flanged harmonies are just total ear candy. For a song titled Wasteland, this has a very laid-back feel to it. Almost like beach music. Is the wasteland also the beach? I don't know. You tell me in the comments. I like how unpredictable the melody is. It almost has an improvised feel to it. To a certain extent, it probably is, because I personally know some EDM, electronic genre composers, who actually does improvise when they're producing their music. And I've seen one of their processes where they just loop a certain section, maybe an 8-bar part of their music while they're writing it, while they're composing it, and they just make up the melody as they go along and keep the ones that they like. So it's not something that is fully planned out. So they just make the thing on the spot as they go along, which is, you know, something that I absolutely love. All the violin solos that you hear me play along to these reaction videos are all improvisations. even if it is mostly a synth guitar, it is still one of my favorite sounds. A strummed nylon guitar sound, or a strummed classical guitar sound. It's one of the richest sounding guitar sounds that I've ever heard. And when I write music that involves acoustic music, I almost always try to involve a classical guitar right off the bat. Simply because I'm very biased, but it is my favorite type of guitar. Aside from the heavy electric guitar sounds, of course. Yeah, beach sounds, water, wave sounds. I think there's a certain satirical approach to the concept of this wasteland, but the music itself sounds like a lush, chill, atmospheric beach music. Now that we listen to it for a second time, this second loop, there's a certain Hawaiian dance music to it. The reason why I'm finding this a little bit Hawaiian dance, Hawaiian hula dance sounding, is those flanged chords seem to be coming in from this vertical guitar that you play like that, called a lap steel guitar. I believe that's what it is. Maybe it's the real thing. Maybe it's synthesized sounds, but it definitely does sound like that. Okay, more images are coming in to my head. Those arpeggio ostinatos in the background. And then the almost psychedelic feeling of that lap steel guitar sound. It's almost like you're in a haze. You're being influenced by the fumes or the smell or the odor of this wasteland. This sounds so heavenly. I have a feeling that I'm good. Let it cook. Lots of effects layers happening right here. We got the flanger that makes it sound like this psychedelic sound. That's called a flanger. And then the melody is obviously using basic reverb and the delays, which gives it that echo sound. Those are some of the most common effects layered when you want to produce music that has a chill vibe, that has a relaxing vibe. This is called Sanctuary. Okay, wow. First off, total underwater vibes with the heavy reverb being used by the piano, a little bit of a muffled synth. That's actually a common trope used with electronic music that is meant to convey an underwater feel. To a certain extent, it does kind of emulate the sound of bubbles. But also, it does kind of sound like the sonar of a submarine. It's just perfect for that underwater vibe. Also, when the drop came in with those beats, oh my god, I was caught off guard in a good way by those pauses. DM Dokuro is a master of the vibe, master of that beat hook. Oh my god, the DM Dokuro cadence right there. Lots and lots of descending chords with almost no end in sight, and then a massive drop comes in. This has a bit of a Pikmin 1 feel to it, this section right here with the theme song. Or even a Zen Garden feel from Laura Shigehara's Zen Garden theme from Plants vs. Zombies. It is so satisfying when that drop comes in. Okay, and why is it satisfying? Because it starts off the music almost formless in a metaphorical way. You're just floating, vibing, and there's really no rhythm to hook you. But then a few seconds before the drop comes in, he gives you a little bit of prep time with that fade in. And with this style of music, you kind of already know that when that fade in cymbals come in, something massive is about to drop. And then he hooks you with this very satisfying beat. It's just, oh my god, it's just ear candy, definitely. Whether slow or fast, whether light or heavy, DM Dokuro is a master of the vibe. I don't know how else to describe it. It would have been a travesty if this remained unused. You'd be missing out on those complex counterpoints. Terraria Calamity fans be like, more reaction videos. Okay. Wow, okay. This has some nasty, sinister underwater vibes right here. Like you're exploring the deep, dark parts of the water, like the bottom of the ocean. There's this feeling of dread and danger. And that is mostly due to the more aggressive sounding synths with those distorted, glitchy sounds. The mode of the song mostly staying in a minor key, which is the common style of chord progression, the common type of harmonic keys for the more dramatic, for the more serious sounding style of songs. Just like the song Wasteland and Sanctuary, I feel like the melodic approach to this song is also a little bit improvisatory because it sounds really dynamic, very unpredictable. Those descending synths sounded like somebody screaming, giving this some sort of creepy ambiance. Yeah, he held on with a pedal tone technique for the huge part of the beginning I explained before. A pedal tone is a technique in musical composition where you have a continuous single note in the bass line while the upper notes change harmonies, change chord progressions. They move around, but they try to stay within the harmonic family of whatever the bass line is. That is a technique that you see in Bach's fugue music, for example. Okay, wow. Really gorgeous use of a descending chord sequence. The bass line and the harmonies progressively does a chromatic step down for 8 bars or something. This just really supports the creepy vibe, the creepy feeling to the entire composition where it is like you're slowly falling, slowly descending, slowly drowning, represented by this descending chord progression in the music. That was very creepy and scary, but in a beautiful way. Void, theme of the lower abyss. Let's listen. Oh my god, okay. First off, wonderful use of the harp, the sinister sounding chord progression in a minor key, and then you hear the beautiful sound of a harp. For me, I always find the sound of the harp really magical. There's this enchanting quality to it, whatever type of music it's playing, whether it's playing a minor key or a major key. It doesn't matter. The harp will always sound enchanting and magical, however you put it, at least in my own personal opinion. What I'm imagining here with the title Void is like a space void, like the blackness of outer space. And it can be scary, it can be overwhelming, and like this massive emptiness. But then comes in the harp to kind of soothe you, to comfort you, make you feel thank you, car park car, to give you some comfort in this vast emptiness. Wow, the subtle use of dissonance in those descending chords while that echoey single vocal line floats in the background. Oh my god. It further expands the mystery of this huge emptiness that I'm imagining in my head. Wow, the fact that TM Dokuro chose to restrain himself from using drum beats as opposed to how he really utilized drum beats in most of the songs in the soundtrack. This really gives it a more intentional floatiness approach. The feeling of floating, unstable, you have no solid ground to step on. Oh my god, all these descending harmonies with a very somber use of the strings. It feels really depressing, very melancholic, very sad, like you lost the will to live or something like that. Maybe a game over screen? I don't know. You tell me. This chord right here, this is so spicy. It's all clashing notes, but used in a very intentional way to make you feel uneasy. There is no hope. There's only despair and massive feeling of emptiness. That is the vibe that I'm getting from this music. Threats of the Ocean Floor. So apparently I was initially informed that this is a scrapped soundtrack. But upon further research, aka delving into the very reliable YouTube comment sections, I eventually deduced that this was eventually used in the soundtrack, so I'm gonna include this in the reaction now. Let's go. Threats of the Ocean Floor, aka Abyss Mini Bosses theme. Okay, immediately we're bombarded with massive electro symphonic orchestra vibes with a sinister sounding tune to it. Okay, let us break down that initial section. The reason why it's sounding sinister and, to be honest, very war-like, I'm hearing some huge sounding taikos, or the Japanese giant drums. In cinema, they are usually associated with war films or war battle scenes. You would hear them in the battle scenes of Lord of the Rings, that one huge fight scene in the Hunger Games, and so on and so forth. The reason why is because it's massive sounding, it invigorates you. It's also very rhythmic. You hear that rim shot, boom, and you hear that wooden clack that is so aggressive sounding. And at the same time, he's added those overpowering synth brasses with a little bit of distortion. So it cuts through your ear. Boom! It's so sinister sounding. It's like a sharp knife cutting through your soul. Yeah, wow. It would have been a travesty if this remained unused in the game, in the mod. You'd be missing out on those complex counterpoints that DM Dokuro has been using in his more baroque orchestral crossover compositions in the soundtrack, and there's a lot of them. I'm glad that it eventually got used because this is another masterpiece. So many masterpieces in the soundtrack. Okay, wow. That's even more paired with actual real brass sounds. That is such an aggressive mix right there. DM Dokuro is such a master of the drop. He's so creative in catching you off guard and then just giving you that satisfying drop. There's so many ways he's already done it, that he's pulled the rug, removed the rhythm for like a fraction of a second, and then boom, it's back. And then you're vibing. Beautiful. That is a combination I never expected to hear, and I welcome it. Genius. Masterpiece. This is the music of Terraria Calamity. Catastrophes Before the Calamity Interlude 3. Oh, okay. So I'm guessing this is a series of interludes. There he is again, DM Dokuro with his favorite chromatic descending chord. So much ear candy going on here, especially with those lush sounding synths and this clean guitar arpeggio, which by the way kind of sounds almost like a piano etude, a piano exercise. Hell yeah, that drop. Yes, the power ballad section of the metal section and those ethereal sounding piano arpeggios in the background with lots of heightened reverbs. It's making this sound both powerful yet ethereal. Yeah, such passionate lead guitar playing, making it sound almost like it's singing. It's such a lyrical style of playing. tempo slowing down to give you a chance to absorb this sudden grandeur. Wow, okay. For the standards of song length in the Terraria Calamity soundtrack, this is what I would consider short and sweet. I like it. It's a standalone story in itself. Feels like you're trekking in a jungle environment, then you suddenly stop at a cliff, and then you see the beauty of the wilderness. Almost like that feeling when Link ran to the cliff in Breath of the Wild, stopping and then seeing the grandness of the surrounding world around him. Something like that. Yeah, beautiful one. Stained Brutal Calamity. I know a lot of you have been waiting for this moment, and I have been waiting for this moment as well. 13-minute song. Oh, wow. There's usually a significance when a composer decides to write longer music, like what happened with Nobuo Uematsu. He just got so engrossed and so passionate about writing Dancing Mad that he kept on going and going because he had so much to give. And that is usually something that represents a moment where the composer just got so much into the zone. He got so inspired that they just had to make an extended masterpiece.
Couldn't leave us well enough alone, could you? Everything was going well until you came along. Fine, let's settle this. Now!
Wow! In the context of Terraria Calamity, this is like his Beethoven Symphony No. 9, an opus that is just so inspired, so passionate. I can hear the similar harmonic progression as Tale of a Cruel World, but this time, oh my god, in the epic orchestration style that you can hear in orchestral masterpieces like Karl Orff's Carmina Burana, or like I said, Symphony No. 9. There is always something ethereal and haunting with choral pieces played with an entire orchestra or an entire orchestra sounding arrangement. Where to even begin? Wow, let's keep listening and see where this leads. Like I said, this is his dancing mad moment, his one-winged angel moment, a game-changing piece of music that totally upends the whole soundtrack. I'm at a loss for words right now. Before we let DM Dokuro continue with his wonderful singing voice, I just got to point out that this is a marriage of two of my favorite styles. Like I said earlier, the Gothic / Baroque style choral hymns with the orchestra, with all those suspended cadences that is very much heard in Baroque organ, pipe organ, church music, choral music. It's all present in here. The classical music theory rules of following quote-unquote strict harmonies. But only to a certain extent. I keep hearing that signature DM Dokuro minor third or major third modulation up or down. He does it. It's a great example of a visionary composer knowing traditional music theory but chose to upend it anyway. So what we have here is a masterpiece of music that sounds in some certain sections almost as if you're listening to a choral hymn by Haydn or Mozart, but with the skin and bones of symphonic metal and the chordal sensibilities of DM Dokuro. Okay. He definitely puts the symphonic in symphonic metal. It's more symphonic with a hint of metal. And we're hearing like the tropes in classical music writing of music that is supposed to sound massive and heaven-shattering. Massive string orchestras, church organs, and that massive orchestral choir. That is like the holy trinity of writing massive sounding music in the classical context. It's so thrilling to hear the chord progression that he keeps using on the main theme, but in a huge orchestral choral arrangement. It's a great use of leitmotif callback. But in this sense, leitmotif usually refers to single line melodic passages, and composers would like to spread that melodic callback all around the soundtrack, kind of like how Toby Fox uses the melody of Hopes and Dreams and spreads it around other songs in the soundtrack, but he changes the harmony sometimes. He changes the chord progression to it. This one, in DM Dokuro, he does also retain the original chord progression and the melody, but dresses it up in a different instrumentation arrangement. Wow. Yeah, that cadence. That is a very classical cadence right there. Okay, could I just say that almost traditional sounding choral counterpoint right there, very Baroque, very medieval style, and then that sudden entrance of a sliding bass line. That is a combination I never expected to hear, and I welcome it. Okay, whew. The choral parts where the chords kept on descending. You would usually hear that in funeral songs, like the very famous one, Mozart's Requiem. It would usually be associated with hallowed ceremonies, funerals, or prayers or masses associated with something melancholy or sad. But then you add a powerful metal rhythmic accompaniment to it. And what do you get? It becomes some sort of energized sadness, energetic melancholy. Of course, Calamity, signature bells. This piece totally deserves its length because it's got so many things to say. I can still hear this DM Dokuro style of the contrast of the sinister and the hopeful. And we've seen that with a lot of the other Terraria Calamity songs. He loves to inject a hopeful sounding section in between a song that begins or starts as something more serious and dramatic. This time, it's 100 times reflected in this masterpiece right here. And choosing to end it with that acceptance part at the very end with this sustained pedal tone and the heavy reverb on the piano, symbolizing a huge cavernous sound, typically like a church. The classical aspect of writing that is reflected in his music is usually music that used to be associated with church music in the classical times. Nowadays, it's now just a style of classical music writing, but the history of it still remains. The historical association with it remains. That is why this style of music right here is still very much like those massive sounding classical masterpieces of that time. And wow, wow, wow. If Haydn or Mozart was also a metal artist, this is what they would write. But yeah, oh wow, that song is an absolute journey through heaven and hell and maybe victory and freedom. Wow.